Welcome to the June 16th, 2025-2026 meeting of the Governing Board of Tehachapi Unified School District. Ms. Barnes, roll call, please.
President Kaminsky.
Here.
Vice President Kelly.
Here.
Clerk Wood. Here. Trustee Cooper.
Here.
Trustee Christensen.
Here.
Trustee Napier.
Here.
Trustee Sweeney absent. Superintendent Bell.
Present.
And I'm Deanna Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Next item is flag salute and moment of silent reflection. I have been assigned that task tonight, so if everyone would please stand, face the flag. Item 2 is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion from the board to approve tonight's agenda?
Kelly, second.
It was motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the agenda as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Superintendent update. Superintendent Bell.
All right, thanks, President Kaminsky. Appreciate everybody being here today. Wanted to talk about our CKH greeters, and for this particular month, we do not have a family newsletter, so I thought I would go over a few items of what CKH represents. So Capturing Kids' Hearts is a relationship-driven educational program designed to improve school culture, classroom management, and student performance by fostering emotional well-being and strong teacher-student connections. The core philosophy states, if you have a child's heart, you have their mind. CKH is a culture-shifting, sustainable process that is used in our schools, classrooms, staff meetings, board meetings, athletic programs, cafeterias, and on our school buses. CKH is a district initiative. It's geared toward decreasing student behavior and referrals, increase student motivation and graduation rates, increase average daily attendance, and provide safe, welcoming learning environments. And so that's the genesis behind Capturing Kids' Hearts. So I'd like to recognize our two greeters today. If we can bring them to the front here, we'll take a quick photo. All right, so looking at our overall data as it relates to the 40th week of school compared to the previous years, overall our data has a little bit of a decline. In the bottom right-hand corner, the 3978 total enrollment for the district, that's at 11 students down from the previous board meeting. And those items in parentheses are the numbers either down or up from the previous board meeting as well. Our cumulative attendance, ultimately, our goal is going to continue to be 95% as we continue through the year. You'll notice the green line, which represents this particular school year, was still higher than the previous 2 school years. And where we ended the school year, this school year, 25-26, was at a 92.71, which is 1% higher than the previous school year. And the importance of this particular data, just for everybody's recognition, is that 1% increase is roughly bringing in $460,000 of additional revenue to support initiatives in our district. So as we continue to stay focused on this for next year, it would be great to see us get closer to that 95% goal. By the way, if we did hit that 95% goal next year, the additional revenues would be around $1 million of additional revenues coming into our district. So critical on overall attendance. For chronic absenteeism, that subgroup that's in the red over there, that number ended the school year at 25.30, down from 30% from the previous year. And that subgroup of individuals also negatively impact the previous slide, right, on average daily attendance. And our district team will monitor that on an annual basis, or I'm sorry, as we start the school year for next school year, and identifying students who are trending chronically absent, and we'll address those students on a weekly basis. For our bulletin boards, I'd like to thank our personnel department for setting up the bulletin boards. You'll notice one of the bulletin boards represents photos of those that retired, and the other one represents those that were nominated, certificated, or classified staff member of the year. So I want to thank all of them for all of their hard work. For general elections, I wanted to make sure to get this information out to everybody. So general election will be held on November the 3rd of 2026. TUSD, it will have 4 trustee areas that will be up for re-election or election, area 2, 4, 5, and 6. The nomination period opens on July the 13th, and it closes on August the 7th. I've noted the email address, the web address, and the phone number for the Kern County Elections Office. And also any candidate that is interested in running, they must submit all of their paperwork to the Kern County Elections Office and make sure that they pay the fee for turning in their paperwork. Upcoming
Mr. Bell, I believe the maps, because the public doesn't know which areas which, that is on our website.
On our website, yes. Trustee boundaries maps on our website. Yeah. For our upcoming dates, we've got summer school and ESY starting tomorrow, which is fantastic. We've got our additional board meeting for LCAP and budget on Thursday. Friday, we recognize Juneteenth. I did have last day of summer school is July the 14th. I do have a tentative special board meeting slotted for July the 21st, and that's going to be to make sure that we've got all of our teaching staff in place and any PIPs and STIPs paperwork that will need to go to the county office. This will give us enough time for them to start the school year. And then our welcome back for staff is going to be on August the 10th, this particular school year. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bell. TAT update, Ms. Bowman.
All right, good evening, President Kaminsky, trustees, members of this. Did I just say that? I'm telling you, I have a little bit of jet lag. I'm sorry. I took a long weekend. I went to Hawaii. I know it's hard to have pity for me, huh? Superintendent Bell, members of the public. Tonight, TAT Secretary, TAT VP, Elementary VP Jessica Smith and I are going to present our report in 2 parts. So the 25-26 school year has come to an end. And as we look ahead to the next school year, TAT would like to thank the following people and groups. The maintenance and operation team made the field look beautiful for the JMS 8th grade promotion and graduation. We know that it takes a lot of time and effort to create the space, and the work that was done was appreciated because those trees always blow over and then they always have to pick them back up, and they did a great job. The farmers market that was put on by TUSD and ran by Hortensia Tapia, her team, and in conjunction with the Department of Defense, had a large turnout. I wasn't there, but I did see it on Facebook. And it just showed that the community has a need for more resources in this time of high food, housing, and fuel prices. So it's really a great and kindness and selfless act. So TAT has a couple of concerns to share with the board tonight. But before I raise those concerns, TAT and I personally want to acknowledge the women working in the personnel department. Geneva Moores, Jamie McCord, Erin Selberg, Colleen Kazier, whose name I'm sure I just chopped up there, and Nicole Henson are putting up a really good fight. Their jobs are not easy, and it's made more difficult while the director is out of office. TAT acknowledges Superintendent Bell and Assistant Superintendent Paxton are stepping in, but that position is a job and a half. And we know everyone are doing what they can to the best of their ability while doing their own jobs. I mean, their jobs are a job and a half, so add another job and a half to it. So no doubt everyone in and around the personnel department's worn out, but their work ethic and their dedication are truly appreciated. I remember during COVID and just after, there was no personnel director. And President Kaminsky, back then when you were just Citizen Kaminsky, you expressed concern because no one held that position. And to paraphrase, you said the job was too much to maintain while holding other higher level administrative district positions. I held that position, and I know what a tough job it was. I mean, it was the best weight loss program that I have ever participated in my life. TAT understands activities are happening behind the scenes that no one is privy to except for the superintendent's office. But there is a need for a person whose sole purpose is to run that department. TAT wonders, and maybe there's already something in the works, but is there an interim person, maybe from the county, who could be brought in to assist? I have no doubt that it will cost some money because that's how it works. Nothing's for free, but it's critical to district functions, and there are critical areas to be addressed. As of now, the attrition numbers indicate there's approximately 35 credentialed positions that need to be filled. And there are always resignations before June 30th, and sometimes even after into July. And summer is the busiest time for personnel. Their hair is on fire in the summertime. And so it'd be great if somebody could come in. So that's the concern we have there. As each person sitting before me knows, the May Revise came out last month, and public education is not expected to receive the mandated funding as required per the California Constitution for the 26-27 school year. But we've been given this promise of funding coming later. It's the I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for the hamburger I eat today scenario. So last month, by CTA invitation, I was invited to lobby days in Sacramento. And I spoke with several assemblymen and women about funding. So we were excited about that Super Cola, but as we spoke to people, we realized that Super Cola is really going to be for maternity leave, because now women, when they retire, if they have children while they're still working, they're going to have that opportunity to have the same retirement as men, because that's often how it's not. The women usually retire with less money. So we're hoping, too, that some will be left over to affect salary and benefits, but there is a formula with attendance as a key component. We also discussed the ridiculousness of school districts having to do far-reaching financial planning, like way out into the future, and it's impossible to predict financial changes so far out. And so when Hojat, the business director, talks of negative spending, which may or may not happen, it spins people out. So however, when we talk about upcoming financial year, and we're talking about finances, I'm going to bow out because Jessica is far more organized in this than I am. So this is being handed over to Jessica.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Bell, my esteemed colleagues, and the public of Tehachapi. I'm speaking tonight because I'm deeply troubled by the recommendation to renew the Capturing Kids' Hearts contract for $72,650. To be clear, this is not simply a disagreement about the program. This is about priorities, transparency, and trust. Over the course of multiple budget presentations and RIF discussions, I sat through meeting after meeting where district leadership explained that these painful cuts were necessary due to our financial situation. In every version of those budget documents, one of the identified reductions was the elimination of Capturing Kids' Hearts contract, listed at approximately $60,000 in savings. That same list included cuts to student programs and opportunities. It included the loss of our Catalina Island experience for 8th grade students and our Starbase for 5th grade students. More importantly, it included the elimination of positions that directly affect children, including our RTI teachers and our social workers. Employees lost their jobs, students lost opportunities, and families were told that these sacrifices were necessary because the district simply did not have the resources to continue to fund everything. Now, immediately after the school year ends, we find a proposal to renew Capturing Kids' Hearts not for $60,000, but for $72,650. And it's being placed within your consent item agenda among dozens of other routine things that they are going to ask you to approve. I have to ask, what has changed? If this expenditure is now considered essential, then why was it repeatedly presented a budget reduction during the RIF process? If we suddenly have $72,650 available, why are we not discussing restoring services that directly support students? Why are we not discussing intervention programs, student mental health supports, or opportunities that were taken away because we were told there was no money? It is difficult to explain to a social worker or an RTI teacher or a family whose child has lost a program that there was no money available, except now we have $72,650 that we somehow found after these cuts were made. The issue tonight is credibility. When employees, families, and community members are asked to accept difficult decisions, they deserve confidence that those decisions are being made honestly and consistently. It is difficult to reconcile the message that we could not afford programs and a personnel with a recommendation to restore this expense at an even higher cost than was budgeted. I also believe that placing this item on a consent agenda sends the wrong message. A contract of this size, especially one that was previously identified as a budget reduction and used to justify cuts elsewhere, deserves a public discussion and an individual vote, not to be bundled among routine items and passed without meaningful deliberation. I respectfully ask that the board remove this item from the consent agenda and discuss it publicly and explain why this expenditure is being prioritized over programs and people that were cut in the name of fiscal responsibility. Our students, staff, and communities deserve that transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. CSEA update. Seeing no one from CSEA, item 4, Facilities Advisory Committee, FAC, update. Okay, our presenter's not here. We'll see if perhaps he shows up later in the evening. Number 5, board communications. Any board member wish to speak up? I'll start. The tall young lady that was greeting some of you is my granddaughter who just promoted on Thursday. And being a proud grandpa, I unfortunately had to give my regrets to THS and to JMS the night before. But I was able to make the Monroe graduation on Monday, and was happy to see those students that persevered and stuck with it, and along with the help of not only Principal Libatique, but also Ms. Delgadillo. Anybody else?
I like to call what we just finished celebration season. Got to start with senior awards on Thursday, June 4th, which is, if you've never been, it's very inspirational. I highly recommend you go every year because it is just a lot of fun to see what our students have achieved. I believe there was Tompkins promotion, TILA promotion, JMS promotion. I did not make Monroe graduation, THS graduation, and then adult education graduation. So it has been a busy couple of weeks, which I do appreciate the opportunity to do those things and to celebrate everything that our school staff and our students have achieved. Am I missing anything, Jackie? Did I miss anything in there? It's a fun time.
Anyone else? All right. That brings us to Roman numeral 5, consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda.
Public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mrs. Mackey. Mrs. Smith may put the idea in my head to get to that. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Public comments. I have 3. Mary Ann Acevedo. Oh, yeah, let me read my public comments. Thank you, Vice President Kelly. The district welcomes comments from the public at appropriate times during the meeting. The public may address the board concerning items on the agenda as those items are taken up prior to board discussion and deliberation. The public may also address the board on items not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the board at the time designated. The board requests each speaker must fill out a speaker form at the beginning of the meeting stating the speaker's name, the subject to be addressed, and provide the form to the secretary of the board. Please wait to be recognized by the board president. Comments should be addressed to the board as a whole and not to individual members or district employees or to anyone in the audience. Unless otherwise determined by the board, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. Board Bylaw 9323. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Civil behavior is polite, courteous, and reasonable behavior, which is respectful to others and includes integrity, honesty, acceptance, timeliness, dependability, observance of laws and rules, and effective communication from Board Bylaw 1313. Now, Marianne, you can, or all 3 of you. Catherine Mackey and Anastasia Kalindra.
Hi, I'm Marian Acevedo. I would like to appreciate that you guys allowed us to do our spring fling for THS Unified Play. That for allowing us to invite like JMS, Tompkins, Roseman, and I think Mojave, for basically allowing them to arrive to one of the fields. Thank you.
So leading on from the spring fling, first I would like to say I hope that everyone's staying cool in this hot weather. It's pretty hot today, right? So for the spring fling, it was so amazing to just include everyone from different schools and even districts. I think Roseman is a different district than us. I'm not sure. But to be able to just come out on a hot day and enjoy sports, games, inclusion, leadership roles from all different parts of the event, you know, everyone got to play a different role, take on a different type of leadership. It was just amazing to have all the support from you guys and other people in this district, and we had a lot of fun. And then this summer, me and Marianne here were accepted to the Unified Generation Council, and that's a council that is made up of young leaders with and without intellectual disabilities. that we're very passionate about inclusion, leadership, and council members. We're going to serve for 1 year. So it's a big role to take on. It's state level, and we're really excited to have this opportunity and have the support that you have given us. So that for that reason, we are so appreciative for everything that you've done to help us shape the future, because this will have an everlasting impact from now to the future and for many more years, So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, board. Aren't they wonderful? Do you see why they have been accepted as Unified Generation Council members? We'll be going down to Irvine area, Orange County area, meeting up with all of the other UGC members from different high schools in Southern California. We are the northernmost area, and we're also the northernmost unified group. So we're excited about that. We have Arvin kind of nipping at our heels and wanting to come on board, and there's some work to do with them. I met with them on last Friday, and we can't wait to have Anastasia and Marianne go and learn some leadership skills and learn some things, and then bring those back and then take them over to Arvin. So lots of field trips in our future, and also we'll be planning another fall activity where we'll be inviting them to come. So I have a movie that I think you guys are going to see on Thursday because it didn't quite upload, but it's with the Spring Fling, so it kind of gives you an idea of the feel. President Kaminsky was able to come and attend, and thank you so much for opening the bathrooms and getting those open. That was super important. But we just wanted to say thank you. We're so excited about this, and just excited to see our unified program grow at THS, and also hopefully within our other schools in the district. So thank you.
I have a comment.
Questions? Yes.
Yeah. Well, girls, great job. Speaking in public is incredibly scary, but I wish when I was your age I could have done that. You guys are awesome. So be very proud of yourselves. Thanks for thanking us. However, I can't take any credit. Your fearless leader here, Mrs. Mackey, is the one who runs this for you guys. We're just here to support. If there's ever anything we can do to support you further, of course, come to us. But you have a great leader there with you guys. So this is going to take you guys very far in life, and be very proud of yourselves. So that's a great job. Congratulations on what you guys are doing. That's really awesome.
Thank you.
Mrs. Mackey, I want to let you know that Dr. Menderbrewer would like to be invited to our next event as well, and he's going to bring a team up here.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Yes.
While you're reaching out to Dr. Menderbrewer, if you could also reach out to Rosamond, call their superintendent. I don't know what their ESN teacher is. She's the 18 to 22-year-old teacher. She is gung-ho. She went to the educators conference put on by Special Olympics back in January. She's ready to go, but there's a little hiccup there. I'm not sure what it is, but anyhow, maybe if you have the opportunity, just to tell them what a great program it is.
Yes, I was able to attend almost all of it before I had to leave. And
did you ever get a hot dog?
No.
Oh,
sorry, I didn't ask.
Sorry.
You told me where they were, but
okay.
I was good.
Okay.
Everybody genuinely had a good time, and it was so refreshing and really inspirational to see those kids support each other, along with some regular education students from THS that helped out running the events. It was just positive, and it's easy for us to okay something that's so positive but rewarding to those students. And it'd be nice if it was a little cooler that day, but it could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse.
Heat and wind. It wasn't windy at all.
Yeah. We borrowed a few THS track team members. Alexis, I want to say, we borrowed Thaddeus, and then Alexis, her last name starts with an M. Anyhow, and they basically ran, Thaddeus ran our softball toss, which is where the other schools medaled in that. And then Alexis ran our track, our 25-meter, our 50-meter, and our 100-meter relay. So it was fun. They had a good time.
Yeah, and I also want to mention, since we're being recorded, the great support from the Tehachapi Police Department.
Absolutely. They are one of...
Chief, and there was 3, I think.
Lieutenant Durham and our SRO.
Right. Dakota.
Officer, Dakota. So, Special Olympics and law enforcement are they're one of our biggest supporters, and we can't wait to start doing more stuff with them within the community. So anyhow, but yes, it was great to have them there. So I'll show you the movie on Thursday. I'll bring popcorn and show you the movie. It's short.
So,
Thank you so
no
much.
longer than 3 minutes. Oh,
No.
joking.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, ladies. Okay. Now to item 5, consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Is there any board member that wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda?
I would. I'd like to pull item 7 for discussion, please.
Me too. Ditto.
Thank you, but we just need one. I'm glad you gotcha. Any other item? All right, we will, let's see. So the item pulled, number 7, is approval of the renewal of the agreement between Capturing Kids' Hearts and Tehachapi Unified School District. And so I need a motion with no other items being taken off
Kelly, make the motion.
to approve the consent agenda without item 7. And we have a motion by Vice President Kelly,
second.
second from Trustee Cooper. The board approved the agenda as presented without item 7. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, now to item 7. Is there, we heard from Mrs. Smith. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to add any comment? All right. Trustee
Sorry, are
Napier?
we on item 7 right now?
Now we're on
Okay,
it, yeah.
perfect. Based upon Ms. Smith's comments, yeah, I think it's perfectly appropriate for us to discuss that. I think it's a great moment of why we have board meetings, right? There's times we can. I emphasize to staff and families and people that communicate with me often, specifically today, that, hey, I want to come talk to the board. Like, that's great, but oftentimes in public comment, it's just you make a comment and we just nod our heads, right? It's a bummer that our hands are tied, but in this moment, Ms. Smith, brought this up as a concern, and I think her concern is valid. I think through the conversation, again, we don't have to love every decision that the board makes, but there is an understanding as to why this is. And I've had this conversation with the superintendent myself, but again, so I'll turn it over to the superintendent for clarification on kind of what we're doing, why we're headed that way.
Yes, thank you for that. So my meeting with TAT leadership got postponed last week because I had this on the agenda, but wanted to just let everybody know that the original CKH line item was typically out of the general fund or a fund that would affect all of those positions that she was talking about. We spoke with our management team on this district initiative, and in order to rebuild something internally, it's going to take us some time. And so Mrs. Paxton was able to find some grant funding, very specific grant funding that's not allocated for anything else, in order to cover this for one more year so that we can then begin to build this district initiative program that would help support us internally. If we were to drop it immediately, it would leave a little bit of a vacant gap for us with respect to whatever the district initiative is about how are we attacking, as I go back to my notes, right? Average daily attendance, discipline for students, and so on. So we collectively made a decision is that if we're going to hold on to this for one more year, we got to find funds that doesn't affect positions that would help support this. And that's where this is coming from on this one particular line item. And TAT leadership, I apologize that we missed that June 4th meeting because that was all supposed to be addressed. And our meeting is this Thursday. So,
Thank you, Superintendent. Clerk Wood, did you want to add anything?
Tell me about the funding. It's not out of the general fund?
no. What's the
Title
fund?
II funds?
Title II fund. Yeah,
Okay.
Title II funds, exactly. Very earmarked funds that aren't available for other resources.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more comment. Thank you for clarifying that. Hopefully that answers the questions. I would ask that when this new initiative is designed or built, that it's very collaborative with all grade levels, because the comment I have heard for the 6.5 years I've been on the board from those at the high school and middle school level that capturing kids' hearts, the theory is great, especially with the younger students, right? The elementary level. But when you get a junior in high school, boy, let's be real, middle school boys are just, this is not their love language, if you want to call it that. So I just ask that we, directed from you or your staff, work with individual grade levels and really understanding, and not just teachers, but intervention specialists and vice principals and those who deal with discipline and principals, and really get an understanding of what actually will work and what is actually effective, because they're the experts, right? They're in the classroom, they're in the hallways, they're the ones walking the playgrounds with the kids. We just don't want to create some blanket, initiative that works well with a lot, but not all. So, yeah, thank you.
I just want to add a comment. When we were at the California School Board Association convention in Sacramento back in the first week of December, they have a vendor floor where there's dozens of booths. And just so at least the board president knows how important money is. And I hadn't shared this with Superintendent Bell or any trustee, not even the ones that were there in Sacramento, but I passed the Capturing Kids Heart booth and no need to be there. I don't need to talk to anybody because I didn't know if it was going to be around. And then I'm glad that Mrs. Paxton and Mr. Bell have acquired other funding that doesn't affect jobs. Anyone else wish to comment? So I have a motion to approve the renewal of the agreement between Capturing Kids Hearts and Tehachapi Unified School District.
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And before we go to the next item, I want to thank Mrs. Smith for bringing this up, as Trustee Napier alluded to, because there's something we voted on a few months ago. No public comment on it. I think we would have voted no. I won't go into what it was or anything, but so thank you. Okay, item 6, discussion information items. Number 1, Boys and Girls Club presentation. Dr. Porter and guests.
Nehemiah's got it. Okay. Good evening, President Kaminsky and board. I'm here to present some information about Boys and Girls Club because the information was requested at the last board meeting. I want to introduce Barry Hill, the Executive Director of Boys and Girls Club, and Yesenia Gutierrez, who is our Program Coordinator for TUSD, and Margie, Madera, Senior Area Program Director.
I think I got that right. Okay, so I'm just going to present a little bit of information, and then we'll have a question session. Did you want to pass out? And then Mr. Hill had some information on a survey from Boys and Girls Club that he's going to talk about a little bit as well. It's just a quick overview of Boys and Girls Club. What it offers to our middle school students are free snacks, homework, study time, reading, outdoor and gym playtime, board games, opportunities for enrichment activities such as music, art, drama, robotics, and martial arts, supervision from after school until 6 p.m., a 30-day, 9-hour-a-day summer camp in June and July, and all of this at no cost to our families because TUSD pays for it through their ELOP grant. And we looked at some data. There's 80 students enrolled, approximately 80 students, but they don't come every day. So we wanted to look at exactly how many are coming each day. And it's approximately 30 students each day. And there's a breakdown, majority being 6th and 8th graders. And just a little bit of information for the ELOP grant, we need to include 6th graders. We do not need to include 7th and 8th graders. However, as a service to the community, we think it's important for middle school students at all ages to have a supervised environment after school where they can go and be safe. We also looked at the number of employees, children who are utilizing the program. And from what I can tell, there's about 10 employees who have their children at Boys and Girls Club.
10 district employees?
I'm sorry, district employees, yeah. And that's going by last name and trying to guess. So I'm not sure how accurate that is, but at least 10. Okay, and then this is our contract.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why is that number relevant? What does it matter if it's employees of the district or not?
I think somebody asked that. Weren't we discussing, or we were discussing it, because we want to make it available for employees because often they have to stay after for meetings or like staff meetings, IEP meetings, early release Wednesdays, and that's the biggest. Early release Wednesdays, we have the most students, and majority are employee. The additional students are employee children. Does that make sense? Okay, so this is our current contract with Boys and Girls Club, and we met with Boys and Girls Club leaders, and there's a red box around 4. We actually, in the contract we're presenting for this year, we reduced that number to 3, so the contract is a little less because we don't have the 80 kids there every day. So I just wanted you to know that there's a difference. That's where the difference is between this year's and the contract we're proposing. And there were some concerns brought up that we wanted to address. One was homework time is not adequately supervised because there's our Boys and Girls Club staff do not have access to Aries, and the students in middle school often tell them that they don't have any homework, that they're caught up on everything, and they really don't have a way to check that. And then positions are not made available to TUSD employees first, and that's actually not correct. We reach out to middle and high school employees when there's a position open and ask if anybody's interested in working for the Boys and Girls Club. The reason we focus on the middle and high school employees is because their dismissal time coincides with when the students are released for Boys and Girls Club. Elementary employees are released later.
I have a question. So the first point, I brought that up. Second point, I don't. That was not my comment. But the first one, my biggest frustration with that is I fully understand that. I fully understand that they don't have access to Aries or Canvas, and they can't My boys, especially, I don't have homework. They told me that every day of their lives.
It's not
They're
just your
liars when they
boys.
talk about homework.
It's not just your boys. They can guarantee it a lot.
So the problem is, Boys and Girls Club did not tell us that the day they did this first contract with us. So let's be very clear. So note to self: next time, tell the boards that you talk to, hey, they have time for homework if they actually are honest and let us get into areas. If you told me that we can't make them, we can't look at their stuff, then okay, at least we know. But what we have been dealing with, and not a single person on this board has kids in there except for me, or did, that this is not what we were sold from the beginning. So just be clear.
Okay. I think we do want to address that actually. And in our next slide, we have solutions to the two concerns that were brought up. Oh, by the way, we've had one employee who took advantage of the Boys and Girls Club, and he works 11 hours a day, so he can do that by working for Boys and Girls Club after JMS, because it's different people that are contracting. If it's just TUSD, the employees can't work over 8-hour shifts, and we run into issues with that with our daycare all the time. So solutions. So we talked and I brainstormed with Mrs. Paxton and Superintendent Bell. So what we talked about, and the Boys and Girls Club staff as well, is having the students complete their homework at JMS with a credentialed teacher. The boys and girls staff can still be present to support the homework, but the credentialed teacher can look on Aries, see what needs to be completed, and help the Boys and Girls Club, help the staff, help the students. And we've gone back and forth. There's a few things we're looking at, but we know Mondays and Tuesdays are big homework days. I'm a little bit worried about Wednesdays because of the early release time, and Thursdays because that's when JMS staff has their staff meetings. So I'm not sure how available the staff will be, but having a teacher present while the students are doing the homework, the Boys and Girls Club staff would meet the students over at JMS and then walk them back once they have completed their homework time. We also talked about a tutoring program, and this is where we're not sure because we have to look at the exact number of students. There's some qualifications for the tutoring program, but we could also offer tutoring or just doing our own type of tutoring for Boys and Girls Club with students with a credentialed JMS teacher. And I already talked about they could do the homework at JMS with a credentialed teacher, and then the employees would walk them back to TILA for enrichment. The second were there questions about that? Okay. The second,
I'm sorry, but I had one question.
Sure.
So what's the enrichment look like?
Okay, so our enrichment, we've had dance, robotics. We're contracting with art this year. We had music, some cooking, and the staff comes in. They rotate through all the elementary sites as well as Boys and Girls Club sites. They have a stipend. It's a stipend position, and the students are able to participate. They don't make them participate. At elementary sites, some of them don't have a choice. At middle school, we give them a choice because they're middle schoolers. But there is often a low number of students that are interested in these activities. And one of the things we were doing too is after like a drama, after the students participated in drama, they would put on a production, some kind of type of production for parents, or invite parents to come and see the robotics that they made, that kind of thing. So it's basically people from the community that have stipend positions. We really want them hired through the district because we want to make sure they're fingerprinted and have the appropriate qualifications to work with students. And so those are just some ideas, some things that we've been doing. The same activities are available in the summer program, the same enrichment type activities, but the whole group goes and does it in the summer.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions about those things? Okay, so moving forward, we'd like to keep Boys and Girls Club because it allows for 8+ hour employment. hiring and training are done by Boys and Girls Club, and TUSD is not responsible for retirement funds. Thank you, Mr. Antazari, for adding that to our list, because that's actually a big cost to us. It keeps middle school students safe and out of trouble in the community, and they have an access to the gym, which they would not have if they were at JMS because the gym is already used. Gives middle school students their own space instead of integrating middle schoolers with elementary students, which is what we did in the past, and that didn't work out too well. And then make the following improvements. Increase homework support for a certified JMS teacher at least 2 days a week at bare minimum. And then, then we talked about getting a list of employees who are laid off, and if a position becomes available, contact them first, just calling them and see if they're interested. I will say, I think the employees have already been asked, and none of them were interested to work with middle schoolers after school. I know it's shocking, but middle school is not necessarily their favorite age group, and a lot of them have children. That's why they work at the school sites, and they want to be home with their children after school. So it is a very difficult position to fill. And even our daycare or at the elementary sites, often there's a huge turnover. It's often hard to fill. We give parents surveys, and just to be transparent, we had 9 surveys returned, which is a higher percentage than the elementary sites, but we do each year surveys. So I wanted to go over the results. For the question, are there any changes you would like to see made to the program? 8 parents said they did not want any changes. 1 parent said they would like to have more STEAM activities. What aspect of our program would you like to see continued? They'd like to see free time for part of the day, engagement with the students, dealing with problem behavior, positive atmosphere. Summer program was mentioned twice, homework help mentioned 3 times, support, kindness, sports activities being open to parent requests, mentoring, parties, and robotics. Additional opportunities you would like offered, art, and we actually have that planned for this coming year through the Well. They're offering art. We did not plan on digital art or ceramics, but that's an idea. Martial arts, we've had that in the past, and we're actually had that planned for this coming year too, because the kids really like that. Robotics and dance, and we've had robotics and dance both. Is there anything you would like to change about our program? Nothing was mentioned 7 times. No, I was very happy. No, it's really good. My son enjoys it. Staff doesn't stop some students from being rude. And summer should have longer hours. But it's 9 hours a day. So that's kind of a lot. Were there any questions about this? Okay, then I'm going to let Mr. Hill come up.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the board for this opportunity to be here this afternoon and talk about Boys and Girls Clubs and our ongoing partnership. I apologize I didn't have it on a PowerPoint, but the paper you have in front of you, it was actually we do an annual survey of the students. We feel that their feedback is valuable, especially the middle school students. We want to hear their voices, and we want to get them there. We know there's tons of opportunities for these students outside of an after-school program, and so hearing their voice we feel is super important. So this past year we asked club members directly about their experience through our annual survey. We actually, in the survey you have in front of you, just kind of a snapshot, and I can provide you the full survey if you would like. It's a lot of data, but if you need more information, I can do that. But I was actually surprised. We had 44 students actually participate in the survey, so I feel like it's a pretty good number as far as number of kids coming each and every day. Over 90% of the students reported that they feel safe at the club, that adults care about them, and they have someone that they can talk to when they need help. In fact, 96% said club staff care about them, and 93% 83% said adults believe they will succeed in the future. That's just not about programming, which I hear we're talking a lot about today, but it's also talking about impact, the impact that we're having on these students. I think the things that we see, and we're talking about STEM and robotics and dance, I think that stuff is very, very important, but that stuff can't happen if we can't get kids through the doors. And so hearing that the club is a safe place for them to be, we feel is of utmost importance, and it's kind of the foundation of why we're there. Students also told us they enjoy being there. 83% said they like coming to the club and that there are fun, engaging programs that are available. Just as important, 75% feel they are accepted for who they are, and nearly 80% feel that they are heard. So again, something that we work with our team on to making sure that we are listening to our kids. These are critical factors in keeping young people connected, engaged, and on a positive path. We also recognize that there are rooms for improvement, as we have heard this evening. Students helped identify opportunities to strengthen peer relationships, and we've taken this seriously by increasing our focus on social emotional learning, teamwork, and leadership development moving forward. So we have some plans. We're working back in the office and working on some training and some staff development for this upcoming year to address some of these issues. Our goal has always been to partner alongside the district to support your staff, extend learning beyond the school day, and provide a safe, structured, and positive environment for the students. We're proud of the impact we've had and remain committed to continuous improvement, accountability, and serving your students and families the best way possible. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Were there any other questions before?
I was going to mention this item that we're voting on, to be perfectly transparent to everyone, was on the consent agenda, and I pulled it off at the agenda meeting.
Well, and I think
And-
they asked for additional information.
I asked for it last board meeting.
Yeah.
The agenda is for discussion.
So, since it's item 32, a new business, I'm going to make my comments now. I don't know if both of you want to stay for that vote. I have no idea when that's going to happen. If it's item number 32.
Yes, we noticed that. We also
So, let me start off by saying I'm in Rotary, and Rotary and Boys and Girls Club are very intertwined. I know when I couldn't make a check, this is before I was on the board, check presentation to a student who won our essay contest, or the district essay contest. Amy Smith came up from Bakersfield and her husband to make that presentation. That was very, very nice of them to do and very appreciated by me. And another thing, a few years ago, I was at Rotary District Conference in Santa Barbara, and a gentleman, I'll drop his name, Mike Boyer. He's involved in our Rotary leadership camp. He runs it basically. And for this convention, he invited any Rotarian there. There was a block of time in the afternoon. We went over and built picnic tables above raised garden beds, a lot of painting, things like that. And with no disrespect for the Boys and Girls Club, that place was huge. And to me, Tehachapi is too small to really support a flourishing Boys and Girls Club where hundreds of kids go to. And for the cost, if you look at 188,000 divided by 40 students that are using it now, it just doesn't warrant that kind of investment. And we've had it for a few years, and I may be voting no. I don't care how the other trustees vote, but and I know this is ELOP money. It's not general fund. I understand that, but I think the money could be better used to be honest. Any other comments?
I have a couple. The survey you did, when did the survey take place? The students, not yours, but yours.
January, I believe in December of last year. I'd have to double check.
Okay. How did that survey take place?
It was online. I'm sorry. It was online. It was an online survey done by our national office that we have access to. So there was over 3,000 surveys. All of our clubs participate in that.
Okay. And did it go directly to the students or to the parents?
It went to the students.
Via what?
I'm sorry?
Like a text message link or email?
No, they are all.
My son was there, but he doesn't have a phone or email. So how would
No,
he
it
have
was
done that?
on a computer, I guess is how they did it. Is it on the laptop? Yeah, they all had. It's a specific code. It's all anonymous, but
Okay.
yes, they did. They did it at the club.
Okay. I've shared my frustrations in the past about this as a parent, and I'm one of the few. This was not used as a tool for childcare. My wife doesn't work; she stays home. We have 6 kids. Well, not all of them are home anymore, but that's her busiest job ever, right? Managing the house, and so my kids had a parent at home when they got home. However, the things that we were sold as a board, the things we were told, and we did use it as something for the kids to do, right? It just got to the point where it was just, to be very blunt, you walk in to pick up your kid, staff's doing this. Pick up. That was it. That's not engagement. That's not making a parent feel that their student is a part of something. Multiple times, my son's taking a nap while he's there. I recognize you guys can't force him to do anything. When there was behavior issues with my boys, Jasenia was very good. Rex was great. They would call me and say, this happened. They were on it. They were great. And I recognize that that's part of that safe environment. So they were spot on with that. We were never told that they could play video games there. We were never told that. There was a couple times I told my son, oh, hey, you need to just walk home after school today. We got this going on. And all of a sudden he's in a bad mood. I'm like, what is the deal? Oh, I'm going to play video games with my friends. I'm like, oh. So I contacted Yesenia and I said, no more. We're not saying, I don't let my kids play video games during the week. They have to meet specific markers, but then he can go hide out at Boys and Girls Club and play video games. It's not what we are sold, right? So I'm with Paul. You can wait, but I'm going to be voting no on this. One of the primary factors is, and the board can decide what they want to do. Another one of the items is that facility, that gymnasium specifically, is one of the nicest facilities we have in the city, in the town. So many times I was approached by different coaches, different employees, different activities, either school district staff or outside entities or clubs. Hey, why can't we use the Tila gym? Oh no, the Boys and Girls Club. Oh no, the Boys and Girls. Yeah, there's 10, 11 kids there. It's like that's not a resource that we're using properly. Saying, oh, these, and I get there and they're playing in there and they're having a good time, especially when it's cold outside, right? They can't be on the playground, but that is a resource that should be used to the most highest level of capacity, not just like, oh, 4 or 5 kids are playing over here, a couple over here doing video games, 2 are taking a nap. We can't do that. And it was the word that I was given was there's gatekeeping going on with that facility. There's people saying, nope, can't do it because it's Boys and Girls Club. Nope, can't do it because it's Boys and Girls. No, I don't need a comment. I don't need a comment. That's what I hear, and that's extremely frustrating. To Paul's point, that type of money is extremely high for a very low level of service. I agree with Paul. In big cities, Boys and Girls Club is world renowned with their level of service. They provide these kids mentorship and all this kind of stuff. It's just not the experience that we're getting here. I think that we have an amazing district staff that can provide a much higher level of service, down to the details of homework and things like that. And so whether we do another year of this or not, I think just like Capturing Kids' Hearts, I think we have high-level experts that know our students and know our kids and know what they need and know our parents and what that schedule looks like and all that kind of thing. And so I believe that we can provide a much higher level of service. And even if it's the same cost, then we do that. But we can provide a level of service to these kids that's even better.
Let me just be clear that Boys and Girls Club has the gym twice a week on Mondays and Fridays, and the Tehachapi cheerleading from THS uses the gym Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays if they leave before Boys and Girls Club gets out. But we have to follow the contracts and the facility agreements that we have. And yes, there is gatekeeping going on because we have to follow those contracts that we've agreed to. Also, the gym.
That's fine. That doesn't mean it's what's best for the district.
Also, the gym wouldn't be as it is without the Boys and Girls Club using it, because you cannot use ELOP funds to update a facility without the facility being used by the program. Just so you're clear on that as well.
That's great. Yeah, you guys capitalize on opportunities. I don't blame you. That's what we as leaders should do, is capitalize on the opportunity that we're currently using for this. We can take funds and do this. That's great. But then it becomes instantaneously becomes an asset for the community. And we have very specific rules on that. And again, the contract is a contract. I don't ask staff to ever break a contract, but flexibility, and again, this is part of my no vote, is the next go round of this, whether it's with Boys and Girls Club or our own stuff, we're going to make sure that contract is what's best for the community, not just what's best for that one program.
Again, also, the gym is most used by Parks and Rec, and we are very flexible with Parks and Rec. And they use the gym during the weekends and till 9 o'clock at night, oftentimes. So I just want that to be clear. I want it to be clear.
I'm perfectly clear. I fully understand how that facility is used.
Okay, and so the Parks and Rec very much benefited from the ELOP grant and the updating of the facility. I want that to be clear, because we are very in tune to what the community needs and how we're using the money and facilities to benefit the whole community. And part of that is Boys and Girls Club.
Any other comments from trustees?
Yes.
Trustee Christensen.
I have a question for you. When you were talking about like kids with their homework and how they're not able, and that's given. I work security. I know that, yeah, you can't get into somebody else's system. But has that been looked at? I mean, working with the third parties, have been looked at a point where there is something in the works? Is that already being, I mean, we got summer now. We got the next year coming. Is that being looked at right now to a point where maybe a liaison that works for the school can get that that Johnny needs math, science, and English. Debbie needs science only. Johnny needs writing. You know, these kind of the criteria. It doesn't have to be all flowery, just straight points where the person that's there can in fact say, do you have homework? No, oh, really? You have your math and your writing you need to do today.
That, I think Superintendent Bell had also suggested that the middle school print out areas reports so that they could be taken to the Boys and Girls Club to work on whatever's on the report. I will tell you, working with paras in various situations, a lot of times they don't understand the higher level math. Not to be, I mean, a lot of educators go into math because they like math, but a majority probably don't, and that some of the assignments are very difficult to access and understand. So I do think having a credentialed teacher available as the liaison is like the optimal, but we could do something like sending reports.
Just one other thing is, like you're talking about that. Now, I was part of the Boys and Girls Club when I was like that, except ours was, we had a machine shop, we had a wood shop. I mean, it was a different time, a different country, if you will. But I also figured out how to bend the rules. You know, that like if your kids go and you give them paper, here, now take this over there and give it to them, right? And they walk in the door and they go, oh no, I don't have any homework, right? Yeah. If you set it up where every child everyone that goes in, all of them get a piece of paper. If they have no homework, it says 0. So they walk in and they hand it to the person at the door. The person has received from the teacher that. Now that they can verify that, yeah, it's from the teacher, yes, you have 0 homework. But on the other hand, right, if they have homework, it's right there. And so it's one of those things where it's chain of custody, if you will. I mean, yes, the child's going to lose it. Then you don't, you know what? You're going to come in, you're going to sit. No, like he said, no games, bring a book. We're going to improve your mind one way or the other, whether you like it or not. You can do it fairly or not fairly. So it's just, that's what I'm, something of that nature where it's like, they're part of their education. So it's just an idea.
No, and I think we appreciate the feedback, and we definitely want to make the program as best as we can make it, for sure. And that's what we're looking at. But I do feel like it's a big benefit to the community, and I feel like we are going to have staffing issues if we do it ourselves. And I feel like the facility is an issue because we're using funds for before and after school care to update the facility so that it's a better facility for the community as a whole.
Question for you on that. If we were using that facility for after school care with district employees, would we still have qualified for that funding?
Yes, you just have to have
that's
the
all you know.
after
That's all.
school program. Yeah.
And no one's saying we're not going to do an after school program, right? Not a single person here said we're not doing an after school program ever. We haven't said that.
No, my concern is finding the employees.
So we can speculate that on everything. You could what if we do capturing kids' hearts in house? Oh man, what if we don't have people? Well, we got to try. We got to do it. Staffing is always a problem. It's just the way it is. But we have good leaders that can do this.
Any other comments from the board? I want to thank you for go ahead, Mr.
Just a minor question. I saw the acronym STEAM in there, but the only thing I see in the activities is the arts. What programs, if any, are planned in the other STE and M's of the STEAM?
Well, we do have robotics, and then we do spend money on providing literature and language arts activities. Some of the cooking is actually science, but it's not. I know you, and it's not this kind of science you're thinking. But we could add more STEAM activities. That was a suggestion by a parent to add more STEAM activities. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that brings up another question. How do you decide on which programs are applicable?
As far as enrichment, it's a lot of times what staff is available because we fly the positions and try to figure out who's going to, like the reason we didn't have martial arts this year is because our martial arts instructor quit and then we couldn't find a new one. So we added up a program that we could find someone to run, and we usually run 4 to 5 different enrichments, and we try to make them a variety.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you both. And it was pointed out to me by Clerk Wood that Mr. Costello is here. So
thank you so much. My apologies. I got confused. Our city council meeting started at 6, so that threw me off. So, and plus I'm coaching Little League All-Stars right now, so a lot happening. But want to take this opportunity to give kind of our year-end report from the Facility Advisory Committee. We've just completed, year number 3, right? Was it 3, Hojak? Yeah. Year number 3, we've had a couple different groups. There was a core group of us that's remained the entire time, and we had a few new committee members that joined us this past year. So just to go back, kind of what we've done in the last 3 years, we started really with an overall sort of inventory, just what the district has and some of the processes, and so that was the first year or so of our group, and we talked a little bit about processes and that sort of thing. So we kind of moved from understanding what we have to focusing on the master plan for the future. So we assisted with the selection of the consultant, which is Teeter Architects, scope of work, and also the public input process. There were a lot of community meetings, different school sites. There were online surveys. to parents and stakeholders in the community to talk about their priorities when it comes to facilities and facility master plan. So this year we worked with Teeter for their process of the data gathering and moving the data from just the questionnaires to the actual master plan and having the desires reflected. That master plan draft, which it will be coming to you all soon, and I know you've seen some things already, was crafted with a lot of adherence to the desire of those that participated in the public process. The majority of the responses centered around athletic facilities with special attention to the aging concerns surrounding Coy Burnett Stadium, which is home to the Tehachapi High School football, soccer, track and field, graduation, and middle school physical education. And then there was obviously things regarding special education, pre-K classes, performing arts. Those all kind of went down the list in terms of priority. So as chairperson, I took it as really my task was to defend the will of the people that actually participate in the process. And at time I was probably admittedly strong in reminding the committee that there's a difference between wants and needs, and they're two separate things. And we need to follow the desire of those that participate in that public portion, not only to build public trust, but to make sure the master plan has a real chance of becoming reality. And these facilities in the master plan have an opportunity to become a reality. So taking that information, we worked with the consultant, we sharpened our pencils in several meetings where there might have been a project on the list, it might have been great, but spending $14 million was just not going to happen. So we figured, how can we get creative and have the consultant sort of sharpen their pencil, still meeting the needs, but we don't have to necessarily build the Taj Mahal. Obviously, public costs are going to be higher than a private developer, but we work with them to make sure that this has an opportunity to become reality. Master plans, strategic plans, the same thing, have the tendency to sit on shelves after they're finished. We really wanted to make this a roadmap for facility upgrades for education, recreation, and facilities that support the community needs. We sacrificed some convenience projects, and those usually came from parents who said, "Oh, it'd be nice if I had shade when I pick my kid up and drop him off." That'd be nice, but we've got some more important pressing matters that need to be addressed. So we did sacrifice some convenience projects for tangible projects that have the potential to make the most impact for students in the community who utilize the facilities. We identified some funding opportunities such as state matching funds for modernization. That was considered with the master plan. You saw it in the draft, and you'll see it in subsequent drafts as well, showing the potential funding and matching capabilities available for modernization. Also, developer impact fees through potential new home construction, etc., were all factored in. So our next step, the committee is going to be reformed again over the summer. We'll meet in September, I believe is our first meeting. We anticipate within the end of the year that the final draft of the master plan will be in front of this board for approval. So it's been it's probably taken longer than anyone would hope, but there was a lot to get through in the last 3 years. So I think this past year was probably our most successful in terms of a tangible product to turn around to the board and say, here, this is the master plan. We're very close on that now. So I want to thank all the folks that served on the committee prior years, this past school year as well. We really were able to buckle down and figure out what's going to be best eventually for the students and members of the community as we look at this master plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any at this time.
When did you say you anticipate bringing the final draft to the board?
What do you think? In the fall.
Okay.
It's close. Our last meeting was like, hey, let's finalize what's going in there and then put together. So that was the plan. Is
just because without going into specifics, this board will not be as is after November 3rd.
Correct. Yeah. And we'll have some, I assume we'll have some changes on who applies for the facility committee as well. But I think there's a good core of us that will make sure we see that through to the very end. So.
All right. Thank you, Corey.
Anything else? No? All right. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Oops. And we're on under discussion information items. Number 2, information item budget presentation, fiscal year 2026, 2027 proposed budget. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you very much, President Kaminsky. Happy to report out the proposed budget for the 26-27 fiscal year. So we're going to be looking at just the fiscal outlook, right? We kind of start at what the fiscal outlook is for the state and then what that impact is on us locally. We'll go over, so this budget is a bit unique because we estimate what this fiscal year is going to end as well as what next year is going to look like. So it's kind of two budgets in one. So we'll just talk to you about the where we project revenues and expenses to be for the end of this year as well as the end of next year. And talk about fund balance, and then we'll talk about next year's budget as well as the multi-year projection. As you know, we are required to be able to have to demonstrate that we can meet our financial obligations for not just the budget that's being adopted, but the preceding 2 years. We're happy to report that we are recommending a positive certification for our proposed budget for next year, and then we'll just kind of go over briefly the timeline of events in the budget cycle when we'll be meeting next. So we'll dive right in. So the fiscal outlook for California is not been straightforward. Usually it's a little more predictable, but this year a lot has to do with the fact that because we're in the state of California, we're very dependent on our highest earners in the state and capital gains. If anyone is tracking the stock market and concerns about an AI bubble, those concerns permeate down to school districts. So for COLA, for this year, we had a 2.3% COLA, and that's been consistent. But next year's COLA went up from 2.87. They added an additional 1.44%, which means about an extra $750,000, and that's ongoing. As TAT President Bowman pointed out, part of that increase is expected to what they said is offset increasing operational costs as well as new employee mandates. And when they're talking about employee mandates, they're specifically talking about the new legislation that will provide 14-week paid pregnancy leave. So currently, we do have FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act, but that only ensures that you have the right to return to your job. That does not guarantee any type of compensation. And so what Ms. Bowman was referring to was that female staff members will then have to go through their sick leave more frequently and just for childbearing. And so when it comes to retirement, or when it comes to if you have some kind of catastrophic event or illness that you need that time, but because you had children now you're out, right? And so that's going to create additional cost for us, and that's what this super COLA is supposed to help mitigate. We are happy to know that there is some budget relief because the state, as in our recent history, has continued to offer one-time funds. So while we're not upset at getting more money, like we've talked about it before, our programs need continuity. They need ongoing funding. So when we receive these one-time funds, it kind of makes it hard to operate because they have limitations on them. And once you implement a program, especially if it's successful, it's really hard to pull back. But we'll be seeing another iteration of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So that's good news. We're also being told that there's a significant $5 billion investment. Now, what that means when it comes down to Tehachapi, we do not know yet, but we estimate that's somewhere in like $3 to $4 million, which is extremely significant to our budget. But that has not been enacted yet. So until it's true, we're not putting it down on the books. TAT President Bowman also alluded to the governor, some manipulation in the state budget when it comes to the Prop 98 funding, right? The money that we're entitled to. Essentially, there's a delay in $3.9 billion of that budget that are constitutionally obligated to school districts that they're withholding. And that's being disputed. We did not see an increase in COLA for SPED, but the good news is that we did see a significant investment of $1,340 per ADA for SPED students, so kind of a boost for that population of student, which means a lot for our district in particular because we have such a high population of special education students. And so the government just does not pay their bills when it comes to what it costs to run some of these programs. And so the state essentially has to make up the difference. So we're very happy to see this investment in special education. And we've not seen an amount like that ever. So this is all to say that our budget outlook is good in the near term. The Legislative Analyst Office, right, that bipartisan group that consults the legislature at the state government level, has concerned about structural deficits, that, okay, your budget is good this year, your budget is good next year, but there's concerns about in the out year just because of the high reliance on capital gains. If the stock market goes, essentially the state government budget goes, and so does our budget. But in the not to scare anybody, because right now we're doing great, and this is really good news for us. Any questions about the fiscal outlook at the state level?
I just wanted to suggest with tongue-in-cheek, under budget relief, when it says significant one-time discretionary funding, one time should be in about 5 times larger font, all in caps, and probably in orange.
Noted. Okay, so as always, I just mentioned that the general fund is what houses all of our the most of our budget, our revenues and expenses for operating. We do have other funds for other programs that we have, but 99% of the activity is in the general fund, and that's the focus of our budget. So now we're going to go over what this year is going to look like. So we only have a couple weeks left, and this is our estimation of where we're going to finally land this year. So we're estimating that we're going to end this fiscal year with $65.9 million in revenue and $67.36 million in expenditures, resulting in a $1.4 million deficit. I know that when I brought this to Superintendent Bell, I was tasked with, you better explain why you've been saying $3.2 million just 3 months ago. And so we went back to reconcile, because when we did our budget, we thought this is way too good of news. This was, in the business department, we were very excited about this because this is significantly less than what we've been imagining. So what we did is we compared our revenues, and so in order to just help visualize, the yellow is what was reported out in March, and then the green is what we're estimating today, and this is for our revenue. So our LCFF revenues, right, we're down $550,000 from what we estimated. That's not good news, but because we have either one-time revenues or just some deferred revenues, so money that we weren't expecting to get but did get this year, that we have essentially not really lost anywhere in revenue. You'll see LCFF is down a bit, but comparatively, the federal, state, and local money is all just going up a little bit, nothing significant. So then we compared expenditures, and here is where we found some really interesting information, is that you'll notice that after the salary increases that were negotiated, we're essentially spending just a little bit less than what we were anticipating back in March. And that goes clear across all categories of expense. And one thing that we would like to highlight is that it seems that all administration really took to heart the fact that we are in reducing our force our ongoing funds is just not enough to sustain what we have current staffing levels. But when you look at expenditures, there was about a $750,000 reduction. Some of that has to do with deferring expenses. The instructional department has not purchased Chromebooks. They have not they've delayed purchasing textbooks to take advantage of one-time funding that we have, right, in order to continue to have ongoing budget to support salaries as much as possible. But when we look across, so benefits, for example, we've had a lot of attrition. We have a lot of vacant positions. Unfortunately, we do have some employees that are on dock. And so those are, payments that did not happen. And so the benefits reflect that decrease. You'll also notice that our contribution to our restricted programs, mostly going to special education and maintenance, decreased by over $700,000. And again, that's a reflective of some of the increases or the decreases that we see in staff, right? So positions become vacant once, there's attrition, there's people moving to positions that aren't one-time funded or that aren't restricted. And so we have noticed that it just all kind of adds up. And through this reduction in force process, people will bring up things that are $2,000, $400, $70-something thousand. And but they are right, it does add up. And so here we actually saw that materialize into almost $2 million in savings. So I just really appreciate everyone at the district that really took to heart that we do need to do our best and mitigate spending because we do have jobs on the line. Any questions about revenues or expenses for this year? Okay, so here just kind of summarize that the revenues, right? So LCFF going down 551,000. Whether attendance is 93%, 95%, 99%, it doesn't matter if our enrollment goes down by the hundreds year over year. Because that is a significant reduction in revenue. And so that is definitely something that we need to keep an eye on. Luckily for this year, we were able to get the proceeds from the sale of the old vans. We received proceeds from a water fountain project where we had fronted the cost and now we got reimbursed. The county had screwed up our cash, well, not just us individually, but they changed their cash treasury process and system, and that delayed interest posting. So we received about a year's worth of interest just a month ago. So that has helped us in terms of revenues for this year. In terms of supplies, as I mentioned, about a $750,000 reduction. And then the contribution going down for our restricted programs, that's really big. All right, so for the end of this year, we are estimating that the fund balance, the unrestricted portion, is going to be $16.28 million, and our restricted fund balance going to be $6.87 million. All right, so now we're going to get into the future, next year. So for next year's budget, we estimate $66.86 million in revenue coming in total, with about $69 million going out, and that's about a $2.1 million deficit. Here is a breakdown of where our money comes from. As you can see on the left unrestricted side, the LCFF makes up 93.5% of that $54 million number, while on the other side, the state restricted funds make up a half, and the rest is made up through federal and local. But you can see that the LCFF is the lion's share of our revenue. So that's why that enrollment number is so important to us. As far as expenditures, as you all know, the biggest category that we have are salaries and benefits in all areas, with total salaries and benefits making up almost 80% of what we're currently spending. And then for the impact on our fund balance, right? Because when we're talking about revenues and expenses, now we're talking about, well, what do we have in reserves and what does that mean for us in the future? So this year, because of that super cola, we were actually able to get out of deficit spending on the unrestricted side by 338,000, which is really good news. We have not had a projected operating surplus for quite some time, and I think a lot of that has to. Well, I know that a lot of that has to do with the tough decisions that have been made and the reductions that were planned because they've already been board approved. They have been put into this plan. There are no the other phase of the plan or any other anticipated or considered reductions in the future are not in this projection. This is just specifically what has already been approved. So as you can see on the restricted side, we're still deficit spending, and a lot of that is planned, right? We get one-time monies, and then we wait to spend it. So for next year, for example, student support professional development block grant, which although the title says professional development, it's pretty unrestricted and is supposed to be used to help not fall off that big fiscal cliff that we've been so concerned about. And that 1.18 million is all going towards supporting more of those salaries that were ESSER funded and then Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funded, and then we had to carry them last year with reserves, and so now we're back to having a pot of money to charge them to. But those reserves are going down because, as you can see on the restricted side, we now only have 4.4 million left. At the height of COVID, we had at $1.12 million, right? But as that deficit spending continues to happen on the restricted side, that number has shrunken down to 4. We are happy to report that our projected fund balance is 16.62 million for next year. So we are certainly able to meet the board's minimum reserve levels, as well as be able to make decisions that aren't just so focused on money, and be able to support whether it's our staff when it comes to the negotiating table, or if a coach has a $8,000 equipment purchase that they really need, we don't have to blink an eye. We can just make sure to take care of those things for them because we have reserves and stability. So what that means is that for next year, we project a deficit spend of 2.129 million. That leaves a total fund balance at the end. So at June 30, 2027 of 21 million with 16.6 in reserves. So now our required multi-year projection will show what that impact is over the 3 years. So our revenues are in the high 60s. Our revenues and our expenses for the next 3 years are in the high 60s, but our deficit spend is still about $2 million. So next year, we are spending down on the restricted side some community redevelopment money that's going to support those cabling infrastructure projects at Golden Hills, at Tompkins, the multipurpose room upgrades at Cummings Valley, Golden Hills, Tompkins, Tehachapi High School, but then that's it. We don't have any more of those in our projections, and so even though that $2.1 million number for this year, you can see that we're still deficit spending in the future by $2 million. So we're not totally out of the woods yet. But thankfully, that one-time money that we continue to get helps us stay afloat, but we're still not self-sustaining. Normally, when you get a super cola or you get one-time money, this is extra money. This is money that you now have to bargain for. They call it new monies. We don't have new monies, although that 338,000, I guess, could go towards 0.75% cola, maybe. All right, so now this is the impact on fund balance, right? So if we're deficit spending $2 million a year, what does this mean for us in terms of the reserves? So in total fund balance, next year would end at 21 million, and then 19 million, and then 17 million. So while the district is able to support itself with reserves, we are still making big strides on being competitive when it comes to salary. We're also not competitive when it comes to benefit. We have a lot of vacant positions, and a lot, especially at our leadership roles, a lot of that has to do with like the compensation levels just not matching the fact that we're in a remote location. And so I would say that on our salary schedules all across the board, there's probably a lot of work to do in terms of making sure that we retain highly qualified staff members. All right. any questions about reserves, next year's budget? Questions? No? Okay, great.
I was taking my time pressing my button, and it's probably a question you can't really answer. But we don't really know what the state budget is till June 30th, correct?
Correct. We are required to essentially use the May revise to develop our budgets.
So, and again, in Sacramento, the uncertainty between the governor and the legislative there's a big discrepancy in what they think they'll be able to give to schools. The Prop 98 shell game, to be honest. So if there's a major, I don't know what you would consider major, difference in what the state finally comes up with in their budget for education, would you be giving us an update in August, September?
Yes, absolutely. So our budgets are usually conservative until if we get a promise, for example, that $5 billion investment for one-time money into education, that is not reflected in our budget because it has not been enacted. It is extremely material. And again, it's one time that so we have not included that so that we wouldn't have to go backwards on a promise. I've learned in this job that, no one gets mad at extra money, but people get mad when there's unanticipated expenses or reductions. So we do anticipate having additional money coming in because of that one-time money. But you're right about the Prop 98. So essentially what determines what we're constitutionally obligated to receive from the state is promised by the governor, but we're not going to have the same governor. And there is nothing in the state constitution that promises our entitlement to that remaining money. So so calling it a shell game is accurate because we don't know what's going to happen. But these estimates are conservative. We are very upfront about when we do have changes. When the good news comes about some additional one-time money, we will definitely be bringing that to you. If not able to revise within the 45 days, then we would bring it as part of the first interim revision.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from any of the trustees? Seeing none? Thank you, Mr. Intrazari. Okay, item number 3 under Roman numeral 6, public hearing for the 2026-2027 proposed adopted budget and 2026-2027 LCFF budget overview for parents. As required by Education Code Section 72103, the board must hold a public hearing prior to the adoption of the 2026-2027 budget. The draft was available for public inspection on June 11th here in the district office, and the public hearing will be held at this time. Oops. So at 6:42, we're going into the public hearing. So our regular meeting is adjourned at this time. Going to the public hearing, are there any public comments or any other discussion on the budget or LCFF? Seeing none, at 6:43, the public hearing is adjourned. We're going back to item number 4. Information item, presentation draft 2026-2027, local control and accountability plan, 2026-2027 LCFF budget overview for parents, local indicator self-reflection. Mrs. Paxton.
Okay. Local Control Accountability Plan. This is the final rendition of this document. So, as the components of the 26-27 LCAP, it includes the draft proposal, our local control funding formula budget overview for parents, local indicators, self-reflections of the 25-26 school year. And so, like I mentioned, this is a 3-year plan, and this is the final year of that plan. There's 3 goals within the LCAP. None of those goals have changed. So the first goal has to do with our staffing, materials, and maintaining our facilities. So some of the items that we want to acknowledge as making positive growth to support Goal 1 are our college and career indicator. Our students have shown an increase of 13.7% compared to when we started this LCAP. Also, our students who met A through G requirements increased by 10%, which has been a focus for us since we returned from COVID. And it actually has increased from, it was originally 30%, or it is 30%. So it was in 20% when we started this document. And then we've had many curricular updates over the past 3 years, lots of adoptions that have been implemented at all of the school sites. One area to note is one of our metrics to support this goal is to have fully credentialed teachers in our classrooms. And we are seeing a regression in this metric. This year alone, we've had a significant exodus of fully credentialed teachers here at TUSDs. The teachers have left TUSD for charter schools and neighboring communities with higher pay scales, so similar to what Mr. Entazari was speaking to. It's definitely a concern that we need to examine. We do receive the TAMO report, which is shared with the board, but that is in the rears. It's not really current data. But even in the TAMO report, we noticed that there was a 3% decline in fully credentialed teachers, and I'm expecting that to grow when we get the TAMO report for the 25-26 school year. As we are interviewing potential teacher candidates, many of these candidates are interns and pre-interns, so not yet fully credentialed. We hire those people, we mentor those people, we invest in those people to support them in obtaining their preliminary credential and then clearing their credential. And we want to definitely create an environment where it's advantageous for those people to stay. Goal 2 has to do with student outcomes. So this is what we do instructionally with students and how we support those students. And that's how we measure progress on that goal is on student outcomes. So one thing to note or celebration is that achievement gaps between all students and specific student groups, including foster youth, homeless, socioeconomically disadvantaged, that achievement gap we have seen decrease. So that's definitely something to celebrate. Also, something I think that's really important to celebrate is our IEP compliance rate has drastically increased. So when I pulled the data, we were at 98% on a compliance rate. And in 23-24, when we started this LCAP, our compliance rate was only at 70%. So that is a lot of growth. I think, Dr. Perales, while she was here, really worked very diligently to bring that number up. And then we have the college and career indicator, which again has increased year over year it reflects our dual enrollment program, our CTE coursework, and that completion rate of CTE pathways. There's 16 different ways a student can be identified as college and career ready. Some of those ways are passing 2 AP tests with a 3 or better, A through G completion, and the completion of 1 college course or completing a CTE pathway. They can complete 2 semesters of college coursework with a C- or better, or they also could meet standards on our CAST testing with a 3 or better in ELA or math. However,
we only test our 11th graders at the end of 11th grade, and they're not always so invested in that test. But we are seeing a lot of growth with our high school students on those metrics. Concerns around goal 2 is our English learners are continuing to struggle both in language arts and mathematics, and also making progress in becoming proficient English speakers. English learner achievement generated a red indicator in ELA and math on our dashboard. And then also we had foster youth identified for our district for differentiated assistance. That subgroup created 2 red performance indicators in ELA and math, so academics, and then also chronic absenteeism. So this will definitely need to be a focus for our 26-27 school year. And then finally, goal 3 has to do with social emotional learning, attendance, and discipline. So how can we support students in those areas, which translates an improvement in academic outcomes? So some items to celebrate. We had chronic absenteeism did decrease by 7.3% compared to when we started this LCAP to present. This year, our daily rate of attendance increased by 1%. We have historically had a lot of structures for parent and community engagement, and in my tenure at TUSD, we've had 3 superintendents, and those structures have endured. So I think that is definitely something to celebrate, and that is something that parents continually note at TUSD in our surveys, like the California Healthy Kids Survey, is that there are lots of opportunities for them to provide input and feedback. And then also on the California Healthy Kids Survey, 40% of middle school students did report feeling connected to their school. And I think, Dr. Porter talked about middle school students, so I think that is something to note, and it does reflect closely to what the California average is. When we look at areas of concern, chronic absenteeism definitely continues to be an area of concern, although it has improved. Chronic absenteeism is higher than the county. So, kind of wondering what's going on in TUSD that we can't really tackle that and get it where it needs to be. Even though our daily attendance improved, it continues to be an area of focus to reach our district goal of 95%. Also, we have student groups that had significant attendance concerns, and those included students with disabilities, foster youth, and homeless youth. And again, foster youth was one of those metrics that qualified us for differentiated assistance. So one thing that is new in this LCAP is there are additional funds. It's the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We received that funding in the middle of last year, but we were unable to spend it until it had been allocated through the LCAP. And in order to allocate those funds, we had to complete a comprehensive needs assessment, and then we had to create research-based actions to address those areas of need. So in this LCAP document, those funds are allocated to expand our AVID program to include Jacobson Middle School. Also, we are including a high dosage tutoring program at Jacobson Middle School that will focus on math intervention that will happen during the school day. Professional development on explicit teaching strategies to support English learners. So again, that was one of our metrics that was in the red. And then we're going to continue our attendance incentive program because that has proved to be effective. We are going to make some tweaks to it. We solicited student input to kind of adjust it because although in its current format worked really well at the elementary, it didn't quite make the impact at secondary that we would like it to. So we got feedback from the students and we're making adjustments to that. And then also there's an allocation to fund an action item that talks about a tool to measure and monitor implementation of district initiatives. So we invest a lot in professional development, and we want to measure how well is that going in classrooms and at school sites, what the impact is, so that we know what we need to do to better support that or make changes. You look like you have a question. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, funding to improve daily attendance. What does that look like?
Well, that's the attendance incentive program. So
Okay.
we implemented it this year.
Uh-huh.
It was really effective at elementary schools. The students really enjoyed it. The teachers enjoyed it. It made attendance really like a hot commodity and a lot of competitions. In fact, Miss Marquison's school, it's well, she left, but they were like crazy about it. I think my school is going to be the top one. Can we reserve this date for the lunch? And they would get that because they set these goals. And so it was really great. At secondary, not so much. I mean, it's different, right? Because they have 6 classes during the day. And so we always would pick one period. I think at the high school it was third period. Because if they were there through third period, that counted as a whole day. But the students, I mean, it was great when I brought something, right? Like they love having donuts or lunch or something, but they weren't really like competing for it the way they were at the elementary. So I went and met with seniors, like, okay, what could we do to make this so that you would be interested in doing this? And they felt like if we made it more individualized, and so that what we're planning on next year is everybody that has 95% or better is in a raffle. And they talked about what kind of prizes would motivate them. So this year, if a class had the best attendance, they could select a lunch. But we're talking about next year, some of the raffle prizes is like lunch and 3 of your friends, and you could pick. So they felt like that was motivating to them. And I was very careful to not just pick like ASB or advanced classes. This was just regular, everyday type of students, so we could really get a good look at what would motivate the majority of students.
As a parent, I have a suggestion. Don't tell my kids I said this because they'll
Okay.
hate me, but make it more difficult for the students when they miss school. It's too easy for them to miss school and just make up. Or just, and to be very blunt, when there's times like, oh, we're just watching YouTube or watching a video, they don't really miss anything. It's easy for them to miss. Don't tell my boys this. My boys don't get the option to miss school because their grades aren't good enough. But others in the family, when it's just easy to miss.
Yeah, and
You know what I mean? Like if they're like
the high
with Canvas and things. Oh, I can just do it tonight, or I can ask my friend what we did. And you know what I mean? So those kids who are actually motivated to keep their grades up don't want to miss when it matters. Those who don't care, right? They don't care, right? That's one thing. But so you kind of have 2 groups of people to try to manage as a teacher. I appreciate the fact that they're lenient and want the work turned in, and they actually work with the kids, and that's amazing. And I appreciate there's grace that needs to be given there at times. But when it's easy for the kid just to leave, and it's like doesn't matter for their grades.
Well, I do think the high school did make some changes this year, like about losing merits on attendance unexcused. And then they provided the Saturday school as a way to get the merits back, which that also benefits the district because we use that as attendance recovery. And I will really congratulate the high school because when we first started attendance recovery, it was a dismal participation rate. So I met with them and said, what can we do to motivate students to want them to come to the Saturday school? And they revised their plan, and we were having about 100 students each Saturday school at the end because they want the merits, right? Because all of the end of the year activities are coming up. And so that was really beneficial. But yeah, to your point, I don't really know how to address this in this moment because that's the world we live in, right? And even college students, they say the same thing. All my work's on Canvas, or, my friend recorded the lecture and I can get it. So I'm not sure how to address that, but we'll keep looking at
Again,
that.
every kid hates me for even suggesting that, but I could see that being a motivator for those who
Well,
care. And then, sorry, going back to one thing,
Mhm.
you mentioned that the A through G increased by 10%. That's great. That's a victory, right?
Oh yeah, for
That's
sure.
amazing.
Because one of the goals that we had was to get back to that pre-COVID
Yeah.
number, and so we have done that. Also, that CCI metric, we've exceeded what our 3-year goal was, so that's another celebration as well.
Yeah.
And we'll be developing next year that new LCAP as we're implementing this one, and that will be 2027 to 2030 will be that. So.
Yeah. I mean, again, I recognize that college isn't the end all be all for everyone, but 10% growth jump is big. I think that's
Yeah, it doesn't need to
deal.
be the end all be all, but it does demonstrate certain skills that are transferable to the workplace, right? If you're a good reader and writer and you're good at math, you are going to transfer those skills even if you don't go to
100%.
college.
Yeah. But I mean, I think
So-
it's a testament to the staff too. The counselors getting the kids in the right classes, the teachers helping them be successful and ensuring that they are successful in that track, right? Because I recognize that the counselors don't want kids in an A through G if they're not.
Mhm.
Number one, they don't want that. Number two, maybe they're not able to handle it. So I mean, I don't know. I think that's a big.
Yeah.
I think
It's-
I just want to go back and highlight that more. I think that's really good.
Yeah, it's a success for everybody. I mean, even going down to the middle school because, there's an impact for middle school if students are being able to be more successful at the high school. So,
I have an idea for an incentive. Mr. Antazari's heard me before on this, and he might groan and roll his eyes, but just 2 words, food truck.
Mr. Antazari and I have talked many times about food trucks, and I did get him to do the food truck one time. So we have done the food truck at least once, but it is a lot of work and it requires additional staffing, and it is a hardship on that department. So I haven't asked again, but. So all in all, really minimal changes to the LCAP document. Like I had mentioned, none of the goals changed. We did omit some of the actions that were previously in there because of our deficit spending and our reduction of staffing. But we have added new items with this Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. But it is very specialized funding. I can't just put it towards anything. It has to go exactly towards the items that came out of the needs assessment. And I would go over this slide, but I feel like Mr. Antazari did such a great job over explaining the budget. So that's just kind of reiterating what he said earlier. And you can see from the final slide that about 44 million of our LCFF dollars are allocated through the LCAP document. But when you compare our LCAP document to other districts, ours is very robust. Many districts do not include all of the staffing in it, but that is something that we have done. We probably will make changes and just really keep it honed in on just student progress and omit some of this stuff that really seems like it shouldn't be in there. And that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions for me.
Anyone? No, seeing none. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton.
You're welcome.
Okay, our last item in the discussion information category is public hearing for the 2026-2027 proposed local control and accountability plan, LCAP. And as before, the local control and accountability plan, LCAP, requires the governing board to hold a public hearing on the LCAP local education plan to solicit public comment. The LCAP is available for public inspection from June 2nd, 2026 through June 18th, 2026 at the district office. The regular meeting will be adjourned now at 7:02 to hold a public hearing and being able to allow public comments prior to the adoption. Are there any public comments? Is there any other discussion? So our public hearing is adjourned at 7:03 and the regular meeting is reconvened. Our next category is new business. But with that, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at 7:03.
Just a heads up, I'm actually gonna leave. It's my daughter's birthday, so I'm gonna get home for that.
Thank you, sir. How does this one turn? What's that? How does this one turn?
She's turning 17.
Okay. And I'll
She wants to kind of come home. Wife's like, she wants more friends here. She's not gonna care.
She doesn't need you to come home
Later, I'm like, all right.
and I'll let Mary know it's her birthday as well.
Yeah, thank you.
And there's
They're missing Kansas, Arkansas, Nebraska.
It is 7:15. We are returning from our break to new business. Resolution 01 JUN 26 requesting consolidation of the election, ordering election, and requesting county elections to conduct the election. This is a regular event that is on our agenda. So is there a motion to approve Resolution 01 JUN 26 requesting consolidation of the election, ordering election, and requesting county elections to conduct the election as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
There's motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen, that the board approve Resolution 01 JUN 26 requesting consolidation of the election, ordering election, and requesting county elections to conduct the election. And as with resolutions, it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky?
Before I announce it, I forgot to put on the record that Trustee Napier will not be with us for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you. President Kaminsky?
Aye.
Vice President Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Wood? Aye. Trustee Cooper?
Aye.
Trustee Christensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier absent. Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 2, approval of board policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion / due process. Based on the written recommendations from the California School Boards Association, the attached revisions to board policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process, are submitted by district administration for final approval. Is there a motion to approve board policy 5144.1?
I'll make the motion.
Was motioned by Clerk Wood, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve. This is board policy 5144.1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 3, public hearing on the Tehachapi Unified School District's initial proposal to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 for reopener negotiations. This public hearing is pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. Are there any public comments? Any other discussion? Seeing none. Come on. Item 4, approval of initial proposal from Tehachapi Unified School District to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 for 2026-2027 reopener negotiations. This notice is being provided pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. And this is the District Sunshine proposal. Is there a motion to approve the initial proposal from the Tehachapi Unified School Districts to the California School Employees Association, its Chapter 466 for 2026-2027 reopener negotiations?
Kelly motion. Kelly, a second.
Second. This motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the initial proposal from California Unified School District to the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 466 for the 2026-2027 reopener negotiations. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 5, under new business, appointment. My cursor does not want to play after that jumped around. Okay, here we go. Item 5, appointment of labor negotiators. The board will consider and possibly take action to appoint one or more labor negotiators to represent the board during 2026-2027 negotiations with the California School Employees Association, as Chapter 466, The board will identify in open session any representatives designated. Proposed negotiators, Superintendent Brian Bell, Hojat Intezari, Chief Administrator of Business Services, Andrea Paxton, Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, Kendra Bailey, Principal of Golden Hills Elementary, Christy Libatique, Principal of Tehachapi High School, and Brian Park, DWK Legal Counsel. Any motions to approve the appointment of labor negotiators?
Kelly,
as
make the
named?
motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board will consider and possibly take action to appoint one or more labor negotiators, as I previously read all those names. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 6, approval of side letter of agreement with Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466, regarding longevity. Side letter supports both the needs of the district as well as classified employees and was developed collaboratively between TUSD and CSEA leadership. Is there a motion for the board to approve the side letter of agreement with the Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466, regarding longevity?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the side letter of agreement with the Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466, regarding longevity. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 7, approval of the 2025-2026 tentative agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466. The district administration recommends approval of the tentative agreement between TUSD and our classified group. This agreement was approved by the Chapter 466 membership. Is there a motion for the board to approve the 2025-2026 tentative agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the 2025-2026 tentative agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 466. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 8, public disclosure and approval of collective bargaining agreement with the Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 466. CSEA-AB 1200. In accordance with Assembly Bill 1200 and Government Code Section 3547.5, we're required to publicly disclose the major provisions of the proposed collective bargaining agreement. And it's been recommended the board approve the collective bargaining agreement with the Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 466-AB 1200 as presented. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the collective bargaining agreement with the Classified School Employees Association, Chapter 466, CSEA-AB 1200 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 9, approval of agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and the Tehachapi Association of Teachers, TAT, regarding elected union officer release time based upon Education Code Section 44987. It's been recommended the board approve the agreement based upon, it's the law. Is there a motion?
Kelly made the motion.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, the board approved the agreement between Tehachapi Unified School District and the Tehachapi Association of Teachers, TAT, regarding elected union officer release time based upon Education Code 44987 as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 10, approval of resolution number 02-JUN26, Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management, supervisory, and confidential employees. The TUSD salary schedule proposal includes increases for management and confidential staff following successful negotiations with TAT and CSEA. It mirrors the compensation package that was offered to all the other bargaining groups. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 02-JUN26, Tehachapi Unified School District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management, supervisory, and confidential employees?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved resolution number 01-NOV. Whoop. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just reading. Thank you, Superintendent. That the board approved resolution number 02-JUN26, TUSD District Governing Board to provide salary increases to management, supervisory, and confidential employees. Roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier absent. Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. Whoop. Item 11, approval of the agreement between Adventist Health and Tehachapi Unified School District. These are to Adventist Health employees, qualified medical professionals to perform sports exams and desires to support the communities. And those exams for sports participation come at no cost. Is there a motion to approve the agreement between Adventist Health and Tehachapi Unified School District?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the agreement between Adventist Health and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 12, approval of the agreement between DigiCoach Incorporated and Tehachapi Unified School District. This is a comprehensive observation and formative coaching platform. Serves as a key component of teacher personalized learning. And district and site administrators will use it to deliver targeted, effective feedback that supports teacher growth aligned with their individual learning goals. It also allows site administrators to measure implementation of district programs and initiatives. Is there a motion to approve the agreement between DigiCoach Incorporated and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
No second.
This motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the agreement between DigiCoach Incorporated and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Come on. Item 13, approval of the agreement between Dynamic Educational Services and Tehachapi Unified School District, Comprehensive Master Consultant. These services would provide independent educational evaluations for Tehachapi Unified School District students, making sure we apply with SELPA standards. Is there a motion to approve the agreement between Dynamic Educational Services and Tehachapi Unified School District, Comprehensive Master Consultant as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
A second.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the agreement between Dynamic Educational Services and the Tehachapi Unified School District Comprehensive Master Consultant as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 14, approval of the agreement between Imagine Learning and the Tehachapi Unified School District. This is regarding the Sunday, SONDAY system. It's an evidence-based reading intervention program to be used in finding students, identifying students in their reading mainly, and identify students with possible dyslexia or just regular struggles with literacy. It's been recommended the board approve the agreement between Imagine Learning and the Tehachapi Unified School District. Is there a motion?
Kelly, a second.
There's a motion by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the agreement between Imagine Learning and the Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 15, approval of resolution number 03JUN26, termination and dissolution of the school's legal service, JPA. And basically they're going back to the old way of billing. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 03JUN26, termination and dissolution of the school's legal service, JPA, and authorization of continuation of legal services through the Kern County Superintendent of Schools?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
There's a motion by Clerk Wood, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approve resolution number 03JUN26, termination and dissolution of the school's legal service, JPA, and authorization of continuation of legal services through Kern County Superintendent of Schools. And it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood. Aye. Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier absent. Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 16, approval of the agreement between Kern County Superintendent of Schools, KCSOS, and Tehachapi Unified School District Legal Services. And this is to approve the agreement between the KCSOS and TUSD to provide legal service and authorize the superintendent to execute the agreement. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the agreement between Kern County Superintendent of Schools, KCSOS, and the Tehachapi Unified School District Legal Services as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 17, approval of the agreement between Learning Ally and Tehachapi Unified School District. This is to help students reading below grade level to access the library of audio books, including the core curriculum. It's been recommended the board approve the agreement between Learning Ally and Tehachapi Unified School District. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the agreement between Learning Ally and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 18, approval of the agreement between Leanne Dees, OTR/L, and the Tehachapi Unified School District. Ms. Dees is to provide occupational therapy assessments and services as needed for Tehachapi Unified School District IEP students. Is there a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Leanne Dees, OTR/L, and the Tehachapi Unified School District?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the agreement between Leanne Dees, OTR/L, and the Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion, any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 19, approval of the agreement between Princeton Review, Tutor.com, and the Tehachapi Unified School District. This is to provide high dosage tutoring services to our students. And JMS will be implementing this tutoring model during their homeroom period as an intervention for students struggling to meet grade level standards in the area of mathematics. Is there a motion to approve the agreement between Princeton Review, Tutor.com, and Tehachapi Unified School District?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
This motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve the agreement between Princeton Review, Tutor.com, and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 20, approval of the agreement between, my thing just jumped around. There we go. Between Dr. Paula Santos and the Tehachapi Unified School District. And this is to provide independent educational evaluation when a parent disagrees with the district's assessment. And this agreement ensures that we're in compliance with the Individuals with Disability Education Act and state special education regulations. Is there a motion?
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper, seconded by Vice President Kelly, that the board approve the agreements between Dr. Paula Santos and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 21, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tehachapi High School. It's been recommended the board approve the declaring of certain district property as surplus and obsolete. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approve of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete at Tehachapi High School. Roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Cooper,
Aye.
Trustee Christensen,
Aye.
Trustee Napier absent, Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 22, approval of physical education exemptions. Following Board Policy 6142.7, the superintendent or designee shall annually report to the board the district's physical fitness test participation rate. He or she shall also report to the board regarding the number of instructional minutes offered in physical education for each grade level and the number of 2-year and permanent exemptions granted pursuant to Education Code 51241. Is there a motion for the board to approve physical education exemptions as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
This motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved physical education exemptions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 23, approval of adoption of moderate/severe special education curriculum. Special Ed Department has reviewed and recommended for adoption Teach Town Launch for pre-K early childhood, Teach Town Encore K-12 for kindergarten through 12, and Teach Town Transition to Adulthood for transition age students. This board approved the 30-day public review at the April 14th meeting. Is there a motion from the board to approve the adoption of moderate/severe special education curriculum as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the adoption of moderate/severe special education curriculum. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 24, approval of coursework ethnic studies. Social Studies Department at Tehachapi High School wishes to offer a new class, Ethnic Studies. It's been recommended the board approve the attached coursework as presented. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the coursework Ethnic Studies as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 25, approval of coursework financial literacy. The Mathematics Department at Tehachapi High School wishes to offer a new class, financial literacy. It's been recommended that we approve the attached coursework as presented. Is there a motion?
Kelly, a second.
Motion by Trustee Christensen, seconded by Vice President Kelly. The board approved the coursework financial literacy. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 26, approval of variable term waiver for the 2026-2027 school year, speech pathologist Tarowski. This is to provide this new employee with a waiver to be one of our speech pathologists. Any motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the variable term waiver speech pathologist as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 27, approval of job description for adult education high school diploma instructor. Is there a motion for the board to approve the job description for adult education high school diploma instructor as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the job description for adult education high school diploma instructor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Number 28, approval of revised job description for elementary vice principal. It's been recommended the board approve the revised job description for elementary vice principal. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the revised job description for elementary vice principal as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 29, approval of revised job description for middle school vice principal. It's been recommended the board approve the revised job description for middle school vice principal. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the revised job description for for middle school vice principal as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 30, approval of revised job description for high school vice principal. The board's been recommended, it's been recommended to the board to approve the revised job description for high school vice principal as presented. Is there a motion?
Kelly, make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the revised job description for high school vice principal. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 31, approval of revised job description for Chief Administrator of Personnel. It's been recommended the board approve this job description for the Chief Administrator of Personnel as presented. Is there a motion?
Kelly makes a motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approve the revised job description for Chief Administrator of Personnel. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Item 32, approval of the renewal of the agreement between the Boys and Girls Club of Kern County and Tehachapi Unified School District. Is there a public comment? Ms. Bowman, please come up.
Thank you for taking the time. So as there was discussion regarding the Boys and Girls Club, I only get 3 minutes, teachers were mentioned a lot. So teachers are not the bailout for the Boys and Girls Club, possibly not continuing. School returns in 7 weeks. All positions have to fly for 10 days. If anyone applies for a position, they would get $44 per hour. They would have about 5 weeks to prepare, 25 days to plan a program that would last for 180 days and summer. They could work all day, every day for 25 days and not complete an approved program, nor would allow for visitation to other sites to see working programs or allow stakeholders to participate in a creative process. A working program would include planning more than curriculum and would have to consider student safety, legalities, admin support, and more. Teachers are not admin and cannot make big decisions. This is anger at the Boys and Girls Club, and assuming that teachers will save the day is unrealistic. TAT members are not the board's beasts of burden and certainly should be valued by the school board. Creating a program would realistically take about a year, so please research before spitballing. And then you mentioned having teachers print daily reports. So having teachers print daily reports adds to their workload and would have to be negotiated. It's an increase to our workload. Plus, many middle school teachers do not have printers, so reports or work have to be sent somewhere else, and that paperwork often gets lost or it doesn't get printed at all. And what about paras? Could paras go get it? Well, they've been cut, and we can't send student TAs because student information is printed on those forms and it's confidential. So, and lots of times our copy machines are down too. So if they don't get printed, what about writing all of it down? Well, who has the time to do that? Certificated staff have unburdened lunches, and we get bathroom breaks. What about time between classes? Well, capturing kids' hearts means that we are in the hallways, greeting kids as they enter our classrooms, and we have to watch for possible problems in the hallways. So what about downtime during classes? We work from bell to bell. So there's no time. There's no time. So please, before you do this vote, please really think about the realities of trying to place this burden on teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Any other comments or questions?
I do.
Clickwood.
Well, I listened to everything, and we're coming to the end of the year, and maybe we should have evaluated more, or had this discussion sooner. But we did voice some of our dissatisfaction and some changes that we would like to be made. And so I'm just saying, I myself think it is too short of time to come up with something also. So that's just my opinion.
Anyone else? Trustee Christensen.
And forgive me for, if you feel like anything with the teachers, but I'm looking at the school board, teachers, parents, children, the Boys and Girls Club. Everybody's got a piece of the pie. Teachers have a huge piece of it by themselves without adding anything more to them. And the only reason I brought it up was because if the kids, maybe do the parents get notes at home? Do they send notes home? Hey, your son needs to do this homework, or does it not even get up?
The parents have the ability to get onto Aries and they can look to see what their kids have missing. They can also get into Canvas. Now, do they? Not always.
Right.
And
Yeah,
so that
granted,
is
yeah.
their responsibility. The burden can only be placed on teachers so much, right? I can only lead that horse to water. I can't make that horse drink.
It's. I'm not looking at a burden. What I'm looking at is because we need the kids to learn. We need them to
Absolutely.
get that done. There's got to be a way of not burdening one, but because with all the computers we've got, you can't tell me that those records, those files, and everything aren't in the computers. And being a programmer, a network engineer, I'm a recovering computer freak. I know I can get into computers and I can get out of them without being seen. So the data's there. If we had somebody that would be able to attach to that, just that Johnny and this. That's all you don't need their any name, address, anything, just their name, and he needs math.
Students have the ability, and I don't know what the parameters are for Boys and Girls Club. I don't know what their legalities. I don't
Right.
know. But let's pretend that I did know something. I mean, I used to work for Boys and Girls Club, but that was in the 80s, and computers were big, and we didn't have any of that stuff. But
Nice room.
and I taught. I think I taught PE outdoors. That was my
Right.
job. So the kids, let's pretend it's
Ms. Bowman,
well,
please address the board.
let's pretend it's her, and she says to Tommy, "Tommy, can you please bring up your canvas so I can see what work you have?" Tommy can do that. Tommy's got the ability to do that.
Okay.
So the student has the ability to take the responsibility.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the possibility is there.
Absolutely. And it's by the student. The student has the ability to take the responsibility
Right.
and show the adult, this is the work that I have. I'm missing these 10 assignments.
The parent has the ability also?
Absolutely. Right.
Yeah. She said they have. I forget what you call the system.
There's
but they-
Canvas and there's
Yeah.
Aries.
They can actually access it through that too.
So they could know ahead of time what their child needs to work on.
Absolutely.
Well, maybe not for that day when they're walking into Boys and Girls Club, but I mean, the parent can tell when they get home that night if granted they take the time to look in there and go, oh, why didn't you do your homework? And
So,
they have
let's
that.
say
The parent has that.
But let's say an assignment is due 2 or 3 days. Today is
Out,
Wednesday. It's not due till Friday. And the student turns in the work on Canvas, for example, it will show that the work has been submitted.
Right.
So the student can always bring up the work. And teachers, I don't use Canvas, I use Aries, and you can always see the student's grade. The parent can bring up the grade. The parent has to go into the school to get the information to do that, or call the school to get the information. So again, the responsibility falls to the parent and the student.
Yep.
And so they have the ability to do that. And I, like I said, I don't know what the boys and girls parameters are. Are they allowed to ask that question? Can you show me your Canvas, or can you show me your Aries? I don't know that.
Right.
And could the kid lie? Sure. I don't know how to do that, but it's unrealistic, right? They should know how to do
That would
that.
have been my answer. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that would be a lie. And again, I don't know. Also, I don't know how much of a link they have to school administration to say, hey, Tommy, I don't believe that Tommy's telling me the truth. How much can you help me? I don't know how much of a link
Where's
they
that
have.
boundary? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know.
I was just thinking because to me it's the kids are there and they should be doing their homework and I know I blew my homework off, but I made it through high
I
school
did
without
too.
opening a book. So
Yeah, I
you
hated
know.
it. Yeah.
it's like just thinking about the kids. I mean, our numbers are they're coming up, but it's one of those things where it's all across the country they're low.
Well, I just know
trying to
that
help.
our attrition numbers are big this year, very big. And I had phone call after phone call after phone call this weekend when I was on vacation saying, I'm leaving, I'm going here, I'm going there. I haven't turned in my paperwork yet. And I'm like, why are you going? And I don't feel supported. I don't feel supported. And I think if one more thing is placed on their plates, we're going to be in really big trouble. And we'll never see a golden handshake. We'll never see one because they'll always be like, oh, we need these veteran teachers. Veteran teachers tired. See this hair color? It means I should be retiring soon. You did. See what you did? Yeah. All right. If you need anything else, let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. I'll add one more comment. In a student study team meeting where parents and staff meet together. It could be put in the plan, an arrangement where the student presents to whoever their weekly report, whatever, and have it initialed by Boys and Girls Club member or not member, but staff. And so there's really that takes away the impetus for the teacher to take care of that.
I don't know if that's within their parameters. You'd have to check with them if they're allowed to do that.
I was just offering, I've been not a million, but a few hundred of those meetings, and you get creative.
Well, and then there's
Make the student
also
responsible.
there's also that ability. Parents at JMS, teachers are required every 2 weeks to have grades in, so they're pretty up to date.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on this item? All right, before we vote, I'm going to preface my vote is not to give more work for the teachers, but it's purely financial. Is there a motion for the board to approve the renewal agreement between the Boys and Girls Club of Kern County and Tehachapi Unified School District?
Kelly, you make the motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board approve the renewal agreement between the Boys and Girls Club of Kern County and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 4-1. Future items. Does any trustee have an item for staff for an agenda item in the future? Seeing none. Public comments for closed session. The closed session item is items number 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code 54956.9, one potential case, and 2, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957, subdivision B, 1, title superintendent. Are there any public comments on either of those 2 items? Seeing none, we are adjourning at 7:59, and we may have report of action. It is 9:30 and we are back from closed session. And there is a report of both on both items. First, item 1, in the matter of conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code 54956.9, one potential case. The board has approved the settlement agreement and general release. The item passed with a 5-0 vote, but we need a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky,
Aye.
Vice President Kelly,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Okay, Clerk Wood left at 9:03, but prior to that, she was an aye.
okay. Trustee Cooper,
Aye.
Trustee Christensen,
All right.
Trustee Napier absent, Trustee Sweeney absent.
President Kaminsky, for the record, could we get who made the motion and who did the
Oh, I'm
second?
sorry. I wrote down. It was motioned by Trustee Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen.
Thank you.
And then report out about superintendent evaluation. In closed session, the board discussed the superintendent's evaluation. The superintendent received a very good evaluation by a unanimous vote. Oh, that takes us to the last item, number 13, adjournment. We are adjourned at 9:32.